Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're playing Satisfactory today, and we're at a pretty big point. We're about to rebuild our railways. Our brand new train station hub is about to happen. That should be a lot of fun. So, let's load right in. The one thing I've done off stream is I went back into my backups and grabbed my old railway blueprints, and I was about to just kind of slightly modify them and go with that, and then remembered how much of a pain in the ass they were to work with. So I'm not gonna use them as is. Mostly for the climbs, like the straights and the right angle turns were fine. It's the climbs. So with that one, like I just slightly modified that, just to have the hypertube pole be higher, and that's it. And this is good. It works fine. But 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 hypertubes. If we look at the climb start, one thing I wanted to do was start to use double ramps here and here, so that I don't have these weird, well, not weird, but these right angles anymore. And I do remember that these were basically impossible to link, so I'm not even gonna build a railway on it. Just like the right angles, I'll just build it every time, connect it whenever I need it to. So what if I did, if I do that, foundation, and I want to go to double ramp. Double ramp. 2, 4, and 8 meters. 8. Ah, that's why. Okay. Okay, that bit is unfortunate here, but yes, I do. Okay. That is not as horrible. Yeah, I'll run with that. I'm okay with this. And I wanted to redo my climb end as well. Well, even the climb straight I want to redo because that is a nightmare. Yeah, this needs to be rebuilt from the ground, basically. That little bit of elevation completely messes everything up when I try to build. It's a nightmare. So, not over there. That should not get deconstructed. Not any of this. Not you, and not you either. There you go. Why is it allowing me to highlight anything outside of the blueprint designer when I try to deconstruct on a blueprint designer? Like, no. It should not be a thing. go, and then this here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. That's my new climb. That also needs to be rebuilt entirely.
Hello there.
Hello there, Amanda. We're building stuff today. Well, yeah, both building and deconstructing, but yes. So over here, that's gonna be a 2-meter ramp to 3, like that. Then we move over to a one-meter double ramp like that. And then we go flat. Now if I don't yeet myself off of it, gotta look like this. It sticks out a little bit, but it's not so bad. And if I try to be a bit more aggressive with it, so that it doesn't stick out as much. That's honestly not too bad. Yeah, I can run with that. I'm good with this. Whoa. There. High barriers for the flats. Go. And there we go. And then I want right here. 2, 3, and 4 with the 2 hyper tubes. Yeah, that looks about right. Gonna be my climb end. Okay. So now if I clear that out, grab my stuff, Let's just give it a test. Go to my blueprint. I'm gonna grab straight line, left turn, right turn, climb start, climb straight, climb end. So basic straight line. Easy. Climb start. Oh. Hold on. Where's it lining up? I'm alive. Somehow. Right. How do I get back up there? I'll bring back the old standard jetpack. I remember building these ramps for a reason. That's a hypertube cannon, which is sadly gonna get deconstructed. I'll build another one for sure. Okay, so I was trying to figure out here where that lines up exactly. And it's at the bottom of this thing. So the climb straight actually needs to be floating in the air. I didn't remember why I did that, but now I do. So it has to be so instead of being like this, it needs to be this. Let's try it this way. Bam! Yes! That's what I wanted. That also means the climb end is gonna have an issue. Already have them here. Why did I? Okay. There. If I keep it to about that, there'll be less stuff to connect. Guessing I'm gonna have the same issue with you. I am gonna have to rebuild you from scratch. Wait, hold on. Actually, let's try it first before I do all of this. Yeah, same issue. So it needs to start 2 meters off the ground. If I do something like this into four meter double ramp to 2 meter double ramp, the flat. And then get rid of the first row. That should start at the right height. Now it's just a matter of railings. For these. There we go. There we go. Now that is smooth. And now if I just want to build a railway, I can just... That doesn't look too bad. Yes, I can work with this. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now, on to the next issue. There's gonna be, where are my new train stations going to be? I don't want them too far away from this. But I'm gonna want them way up. That's one floor. Two floor. Three floor. Four floor. 5 floors, which is just about the highest point of the factory. Sixth. I'm gonna do it 6 floors up. We're gonna have our big railway interchange at this height. On this grid here. So, we got 4 railway stations to build. And I gotta figure out the exact length of each. Yeah, I want to be way above so that when I rebuild the one coming from the oil, it can kind of climb above. So, alright. These two are 4 trains long. The other ones are bigger. And I have to count 5 or 6 tiles wide. I think it's 5 for each station. So this thing needs to be at least 20 tiles wide. Unless I bring trains in at different heights. Have 2 of them on the floor and 2 others on another floor. Which I am not against. Oh, crap. I keep thinking the hover pack's gonna kick in, and then it doesn't, and I yeet myself and almost die. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So that would be 2. Let's say do 10 this way. So I'd have 2 stations down here, 2 stations up there. All right. Once we get to Satisfactory 1.1, which has been announced already, this is going to be a prime spot for one of the new elevators. I'll install an elevator on this building here. That's the storage building that's going to become a building. Have an elevator go up to these 2 floors here for the train stations. I think that's going to be pretty great. Okay. Now, this means though that the trains have to stop. I'm gonna ride you all the way to the other base, stop you there. And also check the length of the station itself. 1, 2, 3. I see 6 cars here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because there's an empty one in second. Yeah, that's 7 cars. So this is an exceptional train, because this is really the only one that's longer than 4 cars. And this railway, these roads, I hate them. Those old blueprints are... I was trying to maximize my space and build as compact as I could. But those turns are horrible. The road underneath is completely unnecessary. The hypertube keeps clipping through the ceiling whenever you get into a climb. It's horrible. It's horrible. I hate it. So... as soon as he starts docking is going. Turn off self-driving. Done. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do is wait for the other train that goes to this way. Although that one does shift over to like the proper railway here, it goes on a bit of a weird trajectory, because over here it goes down and then turns, but only to go back up on the other side. That one's like one of the newer design, not the newest, because I have the much higher hypertube pole with the inverted ramps and stuff. This train is taking its sweet time. Hey, you know what? Yeet. I'll just ride the hypertube over to the aluminum base. Stop all 3 trains there. That should do. So every time the railway goes down, basically, I'm gonna have to cancel that. It's gonna have to be way up compared to where it was before. You're the one going to the steel base. Copper and quartz load, yep. And because this train doesn't stop at main base, it should probably be the first one I rebuild. I'm also really excited for 1.1 for vertical splitters and mergers. I'm going to be using those a lot. So yeah, 1.1 comes in at a great timing here, because once it releases, we'll be right in the midst of rebuilding our base. Like, we'll be right in the middle of it. So I'll be able to use some of the newer features in the new build, which I think is going to be great. So the white train is now stopped, the red train is stopped. It's only the green and the purple, but the green's already stopped. Green's my spare train, so... It's only the purple that's still running, and I think it's just running between the quartz and the aluminum. In that case, I don't even need to consider touching it for now. Yeah, green train is parked there. White train is parked at the other base. Only one missing is the purple train, which is that way right now. And I'll just make sure it doesn't go back to main base. And just leave it running. So our aluminum stuff production keeps running as smooth as we can make it. There we go. Save changes. Done. You're gonna keep running, but you're not gonna come back to main base, which means I am free to rebuild that railway now. So the top floor one. So basically right now I have 4 stations, but 2 of them come from the aluminum base. I might want to turn that into just 1. Just make that train a lot bigger. That would be my top floor one. That would be my top floor station. And I'll make it huge. Gigantic. Monstrous. I keep running this full speed. I keep going here. My top floor right now, my planned top floor station, is currently lower than the railway that I'm currently on. My top floor is right there. So if I have a station here, big station here, still gonna need the railway to be able to get there. Let's say I do 5 like this. And then I go to here. Train station. Great platforms facing the main base. 2, 3. 4, 5. Really? There. I'm gonna connect from the upper bit. That doesn't really work. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna restart feeding iron plates down there into the big storage area. While I'm planning this out. So how many is that? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Make it a bit more than that. 8, that would be 9. Make it 10. I'd rather have more, because I would much prefer if this was the last time I rebuild this train line. Okay, motors are still getting sent down there. Right here. Oh, that's not gonna work. There we go. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 more. Come on. 9, 10. Okay. Now, the only thing I really want to do right now is rejoin the current railway. Probably burn right away. Like here, and then start climbing. And if I need materials, I can dismantle all of that over there. I just blew a fuse. Ah, because I disconnected. Oh, I forgot about that. Yep. I mean, I should not be surprised. I should not be surprised in the slightest basically just disconnected my main power generator from the main base. Not destroy the blueprint you're standing on. Keep doing that and just damn near killing myself by fall damage. Okay. All of this here is going to get demolished at some point, but... That looks just about the right height. Oh, I need a... That should be a climb end. Yeah. It's easier to go up than it is to go down. So, I'll run with that. Okay. Oh, that means this up here. There you go, that looks about right. Now this means that the station itself is now going to be a power provider. So like connect it over to there. Yeah, everything's shut down in here because we're out of power. But I think as soon as I could connect the rails, then the power is going to restart flowing. Okay. Yeah, because this still has power. So for now, I just have to connect it, really. I want to gauge the height here. I need 1 more meter, basically. Oh, the height's just a little bit off. That's gonna annoy me so much. It's just temporary. It's until I could rebuild the whole thing. I just need to connect the rails for power. That's also a little off. Wow, okay, I've done this. I've done this very, very, very wrong. That's lined up. There we go. Okay, I think, honestly, okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And get rid of that. I think I'm gonna climb higher here. Because that's going to have to connect to here. So this is where a new junction is going to be. There we go. So there's the signals. Don't even have foundation yet. I just wanted to connect the rails. So path. Yes. Path signal here. And path signal here. And then we're going to get a block signal there. And a block signal there. And so these work. So this should have power now. There we go. It's not the full grid. But it's something. I mean, that railway here has power. Seeing the lights. And those manufacturers here are in yellow. That's all green over there, so that's running. Okay. So let's start planning our other stations. We're gonna have oil, we're gonna have steel. That old railway design, I'm probably gonna ditch entirely. Actually wondering here for the steel one. These are a lot higher than 15 meters, aren't they? Yeah, they are. So either I do it all on this floor here, side by side. Which is going to be a nightmare. Ah, what do I have in my eye? Okay. Or that lower floor has to get lower. So it'd have to be there instead. Yeah. Main fuse is gone. Again. That's 1 meter off. Oh, I didn't count my stuff right at all, didn't I? I shouldn't make it 50. I'll keep it like that for now. I just need to be able to build. And get to where I build. Okay. Why is this main line gone now? Because it is connected to here. Which in turn is connected to those stations. How is this not the full power grid? Because that is not connected to that. Only got 5,800 in capacity. What did I mess up? That's only half of my power grid. That's not all of it. That's 4,500. That's not even on the same power grid. My capacity is going down because I'm not producing as much fuel. I'm guessing. Yeah, I'm blowing fuses all over the place. Okay. I should have stopped the train before. And it's blown again. Is it just gravity that's gonna make it reach there, or... I don't know. At this point, I don't even know. Yeah, you're blown, for sure. But what about you? Can't wait to rebuild this place. This power grid is a friggin' mess. It is such a mess. Okay, you know what? At this point, I don't care about the power grid. We're rebuilding. Fuck it. I've had my fill here. That's enough. So. The next bit I need to figure out is where my next power station's gonna be. Should actually be at this height. So I can run a stairwell in between, and then after that, an elevator. So. There we go. Stairs. Still doesn't work. Because I've built under. That's why. Yeah, that lines up exactly. Okay. The stations are all going to be, both going to be facing that way. So... should be something like that. let's say I do the steel one here. One, two, three, four, five. Okay. One more. I think I'm gonna put it here. So need to shift it over by one. Like that. Okay. And that just fits under. I got a tiny margin in between, but that's it. So now, power. Yeah, there's not a power line running through. But it doesn't work. So. There. That's all three stations connected together now. Okay. I'll call that one new oil, just for the sake of that one's going to be new steel for now. Then I go out and check. I think it's 7 and 4, but I never exactly remember, so I'd rather double check. Mostly because I have the attention span of a goldfish. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 for steel. 1, 2, 3, 4 for the oil, but I remember wanting to make that bigger. I'll probably make them both bigger, just in case. I'm gonna go 8 and 6. I'm gonna go 8 and 6 just in case. So I'll have the frame platforms of 3. concrete. Where's my concrete container? On the other side, isn't it? Yeah. Right here. So. Ah, I'm not making any more concrete. Oh, but then again, I could just... Wait, hold on. How? Huh? That's a merger. Okay. Let's just disconnect that. Throw that on there. That's gonna start uploading. There you go. This is why I wanted a big reserve of resources before I started deconstructing stuff. Three, 4, 5, 6. If I do 8, but I need a bit more here. One. Okay, I need to empty out those stations. These are my green conveyors, basically. Let's just... Luckily, the sorting facility doesn't need power. So... Don't get yourself off of things. At least, not involuntarily. I keep doing that. There we go. Just throw all of it into... It's either going to go in the sink or it's going to get sorted out. Which is what I want right now. So, all of that to the storage facility. I'm emptying the whole thing. All of that is going away now. I should not have started deconstructing. Oh man. Okay. Problem is, this is not on the global grid. I have to make it on the global grid. There's gonna be a bit of finagling needed. And it's gonna be a heavy climb. The train line's gonna be a whole lot longer than it should be, just because it needs to climb so damn much. So here we are. We start from here. We start from here. So, there. That's where the rails should go. I'm gonna get a climb start right here. And I'm gonna be climbing a lot. No, I can't do it that way. I'm not on the world grid. Did I ever open this? I did. Okay. It's just a bunch of computers on the ground here. About there? I'd say. Yeah. Although, slightly off again. Is there any way I could build this, like, half a tile under? I want to be able to do height offsets. Like... the problem is the base is on the right. Is on the wrong height. Not this. Whoa! Autosave decided to clip me through the floor. Sure. Thanks, game. That looks frickin' horrible. Okay. Start climbing from here, though. And we're climbing a lot steeper than the old road, so it's actually not too bad. That looks like I'm just about at the right height. From what I could see in the distance. I need to climb a little bit more, but honestly not too bad. Yeah, no, I'm actually just a little higher than the current steel station. Let's do a climb end here. Then I'm gonna have to left turn. We'll go straight from here. How is this grid? Max capacity 4,000. Yeah, this one could still run. So I'll keep it running. I do have some fluid right here, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Okay. Let's just kind of oh no. No, it is not reachable. Turn off self-driving. Stay right where you are. Let's not do that. I just want to see if I can link up with the station properly first. That looks horrible. So my left turn blueprint is wrong. My walls are all wrong. There's a clip. It's there. Hoping my right turn is fine. Yeah, that one looks good. Okay. What I'm seeing here should keep going straight for a bit, though. That one. That looks about right. That was also a very, very sudden sunset. Sheesh. I don't know how much I should be climbing, so let's get closer before I do. I know I need to climb more, I just don't know how much. It's gonna be a lot better to... What is going on? There. Okay. Yep, that works. That's the top one. That's from aluminum. I'm aiming for the bottom one. So I'm basically already at the right height from what I'm seeing. All right. I'll just keep building basic straight lines until I get pretty close to it. To climb a tiny bit, but I'm probably gonna have to do that manually. I don't think my normal building block is gonna be enough. I think actually, hold on. I don't think my normal building block is going to line up the way I want it to. That power line is obviously gonna go away, but I'm legitimately out of iron plates. Woo! Alright. Okay, this railroad here is also gonna have to go away, but first, I need an easier way for me to get up here. So, I mean, I could jump from there, so, alright, that's fine. Those stairs are actually clipping through the station, though. That's gonna bug the hell out of me. Well, it's not a permanent staircase, though. This staircase is gonna go away. I just need it for now, until I figure out the building around it. Okay. So, this railway here also needs to go away. So, it's just... Let's just sneeze uncontrollably and then destroy some of that railway here. I'm gonna go under, destroy the hypertube. And the hypertube junction, the new hypertube junction that's coming up in 1.1, I am going to be using that for damn sure. Because I've got hypertube built in onto all of my railways. So... once we get to that junction over there, they can all join up into one hypertube going down to the storage area, probably. Although that means I can't label them. Ooh. Maybe I could put signs outside. I could put signs outside, maybe. Nah. I'm probably going to run all three of them down to the main storage building. Turn that into a hub. Because otherwise that's going to be a nightmare. I'm going to keep getting lost in my own hypertubes. I know for a fact that's what's going to happen. There we go. One more, maybe? Then I turn? Yeah, that looks... not perfectly lined up, but it's pretty close. I'm arriving right in the middle of them. Okay, no, I should turn a bit earlier. That one extra straight line I got here. That should not be there. Put in the right turn right here. Yeah, I'd rather snake in than snake out. Because that way, that leaves me enough room to bring in the steel line on the other side. Or we join up. And in that case... Nah. I'd rather not join up, because it's going to be a jumble and a mess of signals. Okay. Let's do basic straight line here, and now we climb. So, what if I just did it like a climb start? Probably don't want a straight line here. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Actually gonna build basic line here just to gauge it a bit better. So I'm 1 meter off. So that's 4, that's 2, that's 2, 4, 6. That's 6, that's 7 meters. Okay. If I just do a climb and an end right away, that's pretty close. Especially if I modify my climb start a bit. Basically, I'm going to get rid of this row here. Well, not the blueprint mode. This, and this. That line goes away. That goes away. Then I go for a climb end right away. Is that lined up? No, not you. That's 1 meter too high. So here, basically, I'm going to cut this off. And cut this off. Along with this, obviously. And go flat from here. That lines up perfectly. All right. Okay. I was expecting a bit of finagling, but honestly, it's nowhere near as bad as I thought it would be. There we go. That works. That absolutely works. I'm happy with this. That to there. We're good. It's just going to be a matter of basically the hypertube. Yeah. Hypertube's probably going to come over here into like a floor hole of some kind. And we'll build from there. Okay. So this is our new oil line. Gonna be running from here. And there's a big reason why I wanted to do it this way. Because now that means I can connect the stations into the storage area right away and not run out of supplies while I rebuild the main base. Okay. That power line is now off. I think that also means the space elevator I'm gonna put on the same floor as the steel train station, so it's gonna raise up a few levels up here. Just gonna connect the railways like that. Then I just have to change the timetable of the train to new oil rather than the old one. There we go. That works. Yeah, that's fine. That looks fine. And this is, this is the long climb. But now, with those updated blueprints, I actually am pretty fine. Edit the timetable. That goes away. That goes on. Save. Turn on. Should be able to drive all the way up there. It's not going to make great speed, but now it has power, It is connected to those fuel generators that I have down there. Down there that we could see down in near the water. There we go. So now that can run without issue. I have a look here. Capacity, yeah, capacity's varying a lot. But hey, and now it's not going to move anymore because it doesn't have any more power, doesn't it? No, it's just docking. All right, cool. I'll go to B. Main oil import. There you go. I keep. There we go. Okay. Get up here. Unload. 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 All of it is unload unless I don't remember having to ship anything over there, so pretty sure it's all unload. Good. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yes, I wanted to do 8 for this one. So 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that goes over to steel base. And now the other important thing. I need to get a line down to the sorting storage. But the sorting storage doesn't work without power. Because I need the sink at the end to be working. Okay. Luckily, I've connected all 3 train stations together into that power tower over there. I'm gonna build another power tower right here. Which that, for now, at least, could go straight down there. And then this line here can connect to that. So now that works. Yes. And now all of these are still getting emptied out. Yeah, because that container is completely full now. Yeah, that sink can't really keep up right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a second sink. Right there. And I'm going to have come on, really? It shouldn't be burning as much power. Fuel generators are running out of fuel. That's why. Yeah, it's very, very inconsistent. I'll have to fix that later. But hey, right now those sync points are coming in real fast. You know, these are not getting slowed down. They're just emptying out at full speed. Instead of getting jammed in here. And then the fuse blows. What is making this... I'm gonna have to try to understand this situation, am I? I keep trying to put it off, but I'm not gonna be able to. Because if the fuses keep blowing, I can't... So this station should be connected to the grid, right? It should be. Yes, it is. It was. Okay. And then the other one down there should also be connected to this. Like, quickly go there. Yeah, that had power just a second ago, so. That's still powered by just the biomass gens. That's the only thing that's still powered is the Christmas stuff. Okay. So through the rails. Oil is there. Okay. The aluminum import is upstairs. So get up there. And from my understanding, power should flow through rails. Unless that station back there. Yeah, those lights are still on. So that has power. It's the coal station back there isn't connected to the railway. I'm guessing. Alright, let's just quickly just get in there. I have no idea where our hypertube is going. I don't remember, but I don't care. I'll figure it out. So either the aluminum station or the coal station are not connected to the railway. In terms of power. It's relying on that external line. Because this whole building here has power. But it generates power. It's this station here. That is not connected to anything. So, and I'm guessing even the aluminum station is probably not connected either. My capacity just jumped to 9,000 megawatts now. Okay. Let's make sure the aluminum base stations are connected now. Pretty sure that they are, but so now the only power that's currently connected, still connected to the main station is our very first coal power base that we have way down there in the desert. The very first one that we built ages and ages ago. Alright. Yeah, this is powered. Those stations sure as hell don't look like they're connected to me, though. This one might disappear sooner than later, but for now it's still there. So what's gonna happen is we're gonna have a power tower. Which side? Let's say this side. Actually, screw it. Both. That's connected to there. That's also connected to there. That one connects to here. That one goes out to here, which then connects to there. Merlin Chow, how you doing today? Sleepy? Yeah, I hear you. Okay. So I think now this... I think this is about as sorted out as I could be around here for now. Let's go back to main base. That one. The great deconstruction has begun, by the way, Chow. So we are... Like, I've rebuilt a whole railway already. From our original oil mining drilling base to the main one. I'm rebuilding every railway. So the one I'm currently riding on is also going to get rebuilt at some point. Although I might keep that for much, much later. The segment that I really want to rebuild on this particular line is gonna be starting here at the Hypertube Hub building. This whole segment here. All of that going all the way to main base. That's gonna get rebuilt because I've built the new stations for the main base. So now I have to link the railways to them and not to the old ones. Yeah, so this is a mess. This is why I want to rebuild it, because it's not even on the same grid at all. And even that one going to the other base, like, I'm gonna have to realign it a bit. It's not too bad, though. That one should be pretty fast. And here are our new train stations. So the one coming from the aluminum base is gonna get to here instead of going down there. Then the one from the steel base is gonna come to this one that I'm standing on. The one coming from the oil base is gonna be this one here, and that one's already running. That one is already running. It's already bringing in stuff. So that means, because right now my priority is making sure I have supplies from all of the other bases as I rebuild the main one. Which is why I'm doing the railways first. I want to make sure I don't run out of supplies while rebuilding the main base. And I was wondering what the hell was going on, because I kept blowing fuses. Like, my power grid just kept shitting itself. And I was wondering why. And now I figured it out. See, yeah, that's the oil train right there, the teal train. The problem is, now that I know, because I didn't know before, but now that I know that electricity actually, and it makes a whole lot of sense, the trains are electric. The trains are electric, so electricity goes through those rails, meaning I don't need a separate power line when running a train. Because the rail is the train, is the electric line. As long as the power stations are connected to the grid on each end. So now what that means is all I have to do, once I've redone these properly, all I need to do, if I want to disconnect a whole external base, is just cut off the line from either the train station. Right now, these stations, the way they're plugged in is horrible. I need to sort that out, actually. Let's just sort that out right away, because I know I won't. If I don't do it now, I know I won't. I procrastinate too much. This is what I do. Let's just... So, there you go. And then... No, not that. Okay. Yeah, it's up there. It's that one up there. So, I'll grab a power line from there. That clips through, doesn't it? Well, shite. That one that I'm currently building through is gonna get destroyed very soon, so I'm okay with it clipping for now. I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna have a power tower platform right there. Like that. Nope. Still clips through. I just don't want it to be clipping through new infrastructure. Like that. Okay. That's what I want. So now what I could do is just power switch. Like this. Then another power switch over there. Wait, where's the connector? It's on this side. Okay, so I'll have the power switches in here instead. So one switch here. One switch there. That goes to here. That goes to just random power pole. That goes to here. That goes to same random power pole, which then connects to that. This is now field-based main switch. Shovel turn on. There you go. This is the oil-based main switch. And then the only other thing I have to do now is connect that to there. Meaning, now I am set up to cut off power to both of these secondary bases from here. I mean, the oil base is actually generating power, not using any. It's generating more power than it's using. But still, I can cut it off if I need to. Same thing over here. This is the aluminum line train over here. Right now, it's plugged right into this power pole. I'm going to put a switch in between them. At some point, I know full well that at some point what's going to happen is I'm probably going to want to have like some kind of control room. Probably going to build a little control room with all of those power switches labeled properly. So there's the aluminum main switch. Bam. So if I need to cut off power to everything that's over there, I can. And yeah, we've rebuilt the oil train line here, except I still don't have a hypertube going to it. So that's probably going to be the next step, although the biggest, well, the other problem that I have right now is I don't know where my hypertubes are going to go. Because we're going to be building a new hypertube hub, a new little building like the one I have over there, where all my hypertubes are going to converge in the one spot, all labeled and nicely sorted out. It's probably going to be down there. That's my guess. And yeah, this little guy. This little guy I'm going to have to make longer. Because I want to be able to ship SAM. I want to be able to ship fuel, which I'm currently not. Like, I knew for a fact that I wanted this station to be, this train to get bigger. That I had made it too small to begin with. But hey, with the new blueprints, that line is actually functional, powered. It's going where I want it to go. The old oil station is still in the process of getting emptied before I demolish it. It's just that station down there, though, needs to get bigger. So, and yeah, because the oil base is not on the same grid as where the new main base is going to be. This little turn here is an absolute mess. But right now, I don't care. I'm rebuilding the main base first. If I am going to rebuild the secondary bases, I'll see later. But for now, I'm not gonna fight that. What was I about to do? Yes. Make this thing bigger. So, I've made it 6 cars long. Oh, come on. Get back in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But that one's a fluid one. Which I'm gonna drop right now. I want it to be a proper dry freight platform. And then this station here. That's my old export base. The train, the timetable, yes. Oil train, edit. That one, save. So now the train should be coming back here. And once it does get back here, oh, I need to reconnect that. That power line needs to get plugged onto there. There we go. Just waiting for my train. Yeah, it's coming. So. Now that I've lengthened the train stations, I have to also lengthen the train itself. Which is why I'm going to want to hop onto it before it gets to station. Oh, crap. No! Off. Whew! Okay. Because now it should line up to here. So basically, I'm demolishing both locomotives, adding one freight car on each end, so that the current freight that's already in there is still lined up at the other end. Not enough space on track. God damn it. Okay. No. Locomotive. There we go. Wrong way. move it a bit. We have enough space on the track to build the other one. The wrong way again. Why does it always put it the wrong way? Okay. Now let's just back up a bit. Be right there. Yeah, press F to dock. But what I want to check is the current cargo. Okay, that's empty. That's plastic. That's plastic. Okay, so we're lined up over here. Let's go ahead and line up. I'm not going to be lined up at the other station. Yeah, I'm not going to be lined up at the other station, so I'm going to have to move some cargo around from a freight station to another. Yeah, this is running a lot smoother than the old one. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay. Well, let's get in here. I'm not going to dock. I just want to... figure out what is supposed to go where. That should be empty, and it isn't. Because there's my fabric. Yeah. So that should be fabric. So everything kind of needs to shift back. Yeah, because the plastic should be here. That's empty. And that's empty. So what's going to have to happen, quite simply put, I'll just very quickly kind of conveyor that in there fast as I can. Once it's done, I'll do the next one, so on and so forth. Just shift everything where it should be so that it doesn't get mixed up. Okay, while that's going on, we're going to start rebuilding that railway over there. Actually, I should be building the hypertubes. What is that? No. There. go. There we go. That was also a very, very sudden sunset. Sheesh. Why is it always doing that? There, not behind it. There you go. Okay. So the other big change that I've made compared to my previous design is that the Hypertube supports are a lot higher now, and I've actually gauged it with an actual train. A train is able to fit under, so if I need to do a junction, say here, then the train is going to be able to fit under without me moving anything. There we go. So this is one of those tubes that to go to the secondary base is probably going to be faster to take the tube just because it's downhill for so long. But on the way back, I'm better off riding the train. Again, stop doing that. Why does it keep connecting to the wrong thing? Sheesh, I'm always off by like half a millimeter. Okay, so that is my tube all connected back to this place. So that means I can now... I don't have any lights in here? God damn. Yeah, this is an old base, and it shows. My tubes aren't even labeled, like there's nothing. That one goes to main base. Oh yeah, the climb is very slow. Because it's pretty steep. I've made that incline a lot steeper than it used to be. Yeah, only that base down there is still technically fully connected to main base without a switch or anything else of that kind. Oh, there's also a bit of hypertube still remaining there from the old railway. Oops. Okay. How's that coming along? That's done. Fantastic. Get rid of those. That is now empty. This needs to be shifted into it. So that goes in there. That goes in there. Full speed. Okay. I think next up we're gonna have to figure out our our hypertube hub and our power. I think I'm definitely gonna want to have like a little power control station. Oh, by the way, Xiao, the 1.1 update for Satisfactory is coming quite soon, and I'm kind of planning on using some of the features for the new base. Because one thing that's going to be coming up, which I haven't had and would have sorely needed for a very long time, elevators. I'm finally going to be able to build an elevator in this place, a couple of elevators in this place to go from a floor to another instead of building giant staircases. Probably still going to be running. I'm probably still going to be running like vertical hypertubes in some places just in case. Actually, no. I'm probably still going to have some staircases in a few places just for in case I run out of power. But we're going to have elevators. And I will have an elevator coming up to, well, basically here, where I'm standing right here. It's going to come from down there all the way to here. And it's going to have a stop right here and another stop at the floor above. And very likely right below, on a floor below me, is where I'll put the hypertube hub and the power station controls. Like, I'll have a building right under this train station here where I'll have all of the power switches for every station, all of the probably the power switch for the Christmas factory as well. I'll stick it in there, and I'll have very likely the backup power as well. The words, come on. The biofuel station. The biofuel generators that are all the way over there, currently powering the Christmas tree and the bouncy truck. I'll move those to over here. Probably right under the floor I'm standing on. Maybe even under the power the power switch control stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yes. This is now moving towards what I want. We're getting closer and closer to my actual objective here. So what's probably going to happen is that hyper tube over there is going to go through a floor hole to a hub building right under us. Same thing for the other line coming from over there, from the steel. Which I have been wondering if I should not build it kind of reverse build it from here and kind of deconstruct the old one as I go. I think that's viable. I think that's doable. All these high barriers I'm actually going to stick right here so I don't yeet myself off of that platform by mistake, because that's not a thing I ever do. No, I want, yeah, left side. Not clipping through the tree. That tree up ahead, though, is going to be a problem. I am going to have to whip out the old chainsaw for that one. Alright, can I chainsaw it from here? I'm too high up. Alright. Dropping down. There you go. Off you go. Done. Means I got this little platform here that I could climb back up to if I need. Where's my coffee mug? There it is. So. I should have cut down that one too. Okay. So that here, that's gonna go away. All of that. Railway, hypertube, railway. That tube there. That railway there. I'm just gonna keep going straight line here because I don't seem to be that far off. In terms of height, I'm actually quite close. And I'm hoping, because it climbs up just a little bit over there. We have a look. Right here. It goes down a bit here before going back up. So I might not rebuild the whole thing. But if I could join up to here, And then rebuild kind of that piece all the way to there. I'm gonna have to finagle a bit with the height over here. But that looks like it is very, very similar height to this. Like, if I'm not exactly the same height, I'm really not off by much. Alright, so let's start deconstructing this piece of crap here. Go, just get rid of all of the hypertubes. At least all the way to here. That one here, yeah. No, I might actually rebuild all the way to the base. I probably will. Let's not kid ourselves here. That here, that goes away, that goes away, that goes away, that goes away. That power line is also going to go away. But for now, wonder if I turn right over here. Like, I'll have to rebuild a junction over here for sure, but no, I should go a little bit further. Easier to climb than to go down. So, given one more basic straight piece and then turn right over here like that, then get rid of this, Go. Those here, that should go. Have that there too. Get rid of all of that. Rail railing, yeah. So this here is gonna get rebuilt fully. This whole line over here, that's also gonna get rebuilt. Because I want that to also be on the same grid. I don't want to have to finagle with that. So go basic here, we're gonna go another basic here. I haven't built a T-junction blueprint, sadly. That clips through the tree. Okay. We're gonna get rid of this, we're gonna turn right over here. This is going to be my junction, right here. Yeah, because it goes way up and then turns. So we're just going to go straight and climb up there. And then this. Now I can keep building straight blocks that way. And yeah, we'll have a T-junction right here. Well, it's not really going to be a T-junction per se. It's going to be close enough. Because the rails are going to be doing... There's one that's going to go that way. And then the other one that's going to come from here, and that's going to go straight. So... those block signals are going to go away. This tube is going to go away. The railway is going to go away. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yeah. So over here, what's probably going to happen, I'll cut this off. One of the hypertubes is going to go to the lower hypertube. I'm going to send over to the steel base. And so it's going to basically, it's going to disconnect from here. It's going to go that way. The upper one I'm going to send up. And then the one going from the steel base all the way to the pole power that we have over there, that one that we see over here, that's going to plug into the lower one here. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Now it's a matter of deconstructing all of this tube here. Yeah, that light is powered off. Yeah, doesn't have any more electricity going through it. Not surprised. Let's get rid of all of this. Okay, so if I go climb, climb start. That. Gonna straight climb for a bit. There we go. That looks about the right height. If I do a climb in here. I'm just a tiny bit lower. I'm actually okay with that. I think I've had to finagle the height a bit up there too. So and right now, yeah, this one I'm going straight. So I haven't had to do any height adjustment other than my normal climb pieces. Feels like I need to climb just a tiny bit more, but not by a full piece. Yeah, maybe a full piece. Let's try. Oh, that looks about right. Okay, yeah, that looks about right. Okay, so now I can basically deconstruct this whole railway here. Ooh, power slug down there. That's what I was hearing. Okay. We'll still have to power up the sulfur mine over there, but that's also another one that I'm gonna want to put on a power switch. So I'm okay with disconnecting it for now. Yeah, that wasn't completely lined up either. I had to finagle it a bit here. I remember now. That menu line. That's menu line. Okay. Wasn't there like one piece of foundation floating around here? Guess not. Okay. Okay, I might have to zigzag a bit here. Just to realign with that, because there's no way I can make this climb faster unless I have it go climb that way and join. Which is another option, for sure. But I could just do a left-right here. And then be mostly realigned. Maybe even we'll do a basic here and then turn right. That's really not far off. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So this connection here, I'm gonna redo. Because it is wonky as hell anyway. So step back a bit, like that. That looks like it's exactly the same height too, so that lined up? That looks pretty lined up to me. Do from here? Yeah. All the way to about... No, because I need the signals. So let's do it all the way to there. That goes all the way to here. And then we'll do the turn that way. Okay. So... and then this is gonna connect. That plugs onto there. Yeah, that works. Okay. Block signal, so block signal here. Block signal here. Pass signal there. Pass signal there. Okay. Well, now we're at the common line between the steel base to the aluminum and the main base to the aluminum. So I'm rebuilding 2 lines in one right now, basically. And it's gonna have to become 3 tubes here. So I'll have this connect to that and this connect to that. Yes, that's not gonna change. But that one, I'll use the top one from the main base, I think. Then again, do I need to? I need one from the aluminum base. That's it. From steel to aluminum is where the one I'm writing now. So it's going to only be 1 tube here that is going to be used. I've built 2, but I only need 1. And the one from the main base is going to be that one. So I'll just have to figure out which one I'm connecting there. If it's going to be the top one or the bottom one. And then we'll keep writing with these 2. Yes. Why do I have 3? Oh, because I wanted to have a stop at the coal power base too. That's why. Yeah, I need the 2 of them. So it's going to become 3. Okay. So the very top one should be the one coming from steel base. There we go, and now we ride with these 3. Okay. Go. Yeah, I'm okay with diverging a bit here. Okay, we're not far off now from having to turn. But I have to turn left here and then go there, because it climbs a bit too. It does climb a little bit, so but yeah, if I deconstruct that bit, I'm gonna be able to kind of turn and climb a little. Like, I want the final adjustments, the finagling and things to be done as close to the secondary bases as I can now. Because those secondary bases need to be... Well, they don't need to be, but... Since they're not on the global grid... Yeah, so basically... That looks like just a start and an end. I don't think I've got a straight climb piece here. I might do. Yeah, no, I think I have one straight climb piece and then an end over here. So, right here. This is where... This is the line we stop deconstructing. So the new thing I'm building, I'm going to plug it here. Despite it being a bit misaligned. The finagling is going to happen right here. And then... Oh crap, I'm getting dismantled crates now because I got too much stuff on me. Okay, so if we go left 90. Into a climb start. Climb straight. Climb end. That looks pretty well aligned to me. So now the dismantle crate that's just floating here. Get rid of that. Oh, I'm hearing another... Maybe a power slug? Yeah, I got a lot of stuff on me now. just jump over there. Actually gonna start rebuilding these these hyper tubes right away. Just so I make a little room in my inventory. Let's do number 8 on you. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. 9. Probably can reconveyor that train station as well. Pretty sure the slug I was hearing is right there. There's a blue thing there. Oh no. No, that's a poisonous plant. That's not a slug. Let's not mess with that. Go. Although once we hit 1.1, I've just had a thought here. That third hypertube is going to get destroyed as soon as we get 1.1. Because 1.1 has hypertube junctions. So I'll be able to ride a tube. Now, you know what? I'm not going to do 3. I'm not gonna do 3. Nope. Nope. I'm not doing 3. Fuck it. I'm only doing 2. So because I'm gonna be able to do a junction. So basically when I ride the line to, hell, I might even merge them. There might be a hypertube merge here. Yeah. I'll still make 2, just in case for now. Got the supports for it in the blueprint already. Oh, I just said blueprint and I just reminded myself that the walls are slightly wonky on my left turn blueprint. I should go fix that now, because yeah, like that here. Okay. That base down there is even more of a mess. It's on 2 different grids in the same base. Come on, make it, make it, make it. Yes. Okay, there we go. Railway, left turn. These freaking walls there. There we go. Like that. That's how it should be. Save. Clear. Grab my stuff. That's ready. So that one is, yeah, that one also has to get shifted. That goes to here. That goes to here. Go. All of the fabric gets transferred. Once that's done, I'm going to be able to get this train started. Although right now, you know, I'm not doing anything with it. I'm just making sure I have all the resources in the world. Yeah, that left turn there is also wonky. So let's just there we go. Now it's aligned. So now that turns here, that goes there. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna run on only 2 lines here. Not the bottom one. There. That goes away. That one goes here. There we go, and now we got the... That'll be the one coming from steel base, and that's the one for the main base. There we go. mantle crate floating in the air over there. Can't really see it against the background, so. Yeah, but it's still there. It's floating. See it here. Am I going to be able to grab it? Drop a save here, so I don't kill myself. What is that down there? What are you? You're new. They were fighting stingers. I'm hearing giant spiders and I don't like it. So those were hogs. Highly evolved hogs, clearly. Fighting. Hold on. You're the biggest lizard doggo I've ever seen. Look at you. What is going on over here? I'm so confused because this dude is huge. Usually he's like half my size, not twice. I'm okay, sure. He's hanging out by the nitrogen geysers. I'm getting attacked by something. Probably a spider. No, it's that hog. They're bipedal though. These things are weird. Right, I'm gonna explode these plants, at least a couple of them. Just so I can grab the Mercer Sphere without getting too badly poisoned. Yeah, so I have 3 lines here, but it's Morning, Triple. Hello there. I am currently destroying the stuff that I've built before because it was crap. Replacing it with new stuff that is better. That's the gist. Whoa, don't. This whole railway here was all a bit weird and not aligned the way I wanted it to. The new one that's up there, though, is going right as I want it. Because basically what's going to happen very, very soon. I have 4 different... I would count that I have 4 different bases right now on the map. I've got my main base that we can see way out in the distance over there. I've got a coal generator that is right here. I've got an aluminum processing base that is way beyond that. You can kind of see the road to it up there in the distance. And I've got a steel processing base, which is on the other side of that mountain over there. And I'm trying to redo all of the railways that join all of these bases. Rivals with us before you go to bed today? Maybe. I had not really planned on a long stream today. And for some reason, my setup absolutely hates when I try to stream Rivals. It goes wrong every time. So I might join in, but I'm probably not going to stream it. Let's see if I can... Jetpack, don't fail me. Don't fail me, don't fail me, don't fail me. There we go. There, yeah. So now, yeah. My angle is going to be a little different to join in there, but... I mean, the other thing I could have done would have been... turn kind of one tile later down there, or I could just kind of zigzag up here. I could just turn right and then turn left. Oh, come on, cooperate with me. There you go. Yeah, that lines up. Because the point I want to reconnect is the railway I'm looking at right there. It's that little one. So if I turn, my railway is going to be right here in that middle tile. Yeah, I'm basically lined up now. Sure, I'll have that extra zigzag. It's fine. And then that here, yeah, that power line and that stuff that's down there, that's gonna get destroyed. Don't need that anymore, don't need that anymore. There you go. That plugs onto here. There we go. Yeah, now we're starting to clip through the old road. But that's fine. Let's do railway here. All of the railway I should get rid of because I can't integrate those too well in the blueprints. They tend to disconnect. Okay. How's my inventory? Quite full. Let's make a little bit of room here. Yeah, those hog remains can also go. Odors, maybe? Yeah, that works. Wood, grass, those stacks I'll get rid of too. There you go. I'll make a little bit of room at least. And eventually I'm probably going to rebuild this base too. Let's not kid ourselves. But right now my priority is rebuilding the main base. And then figuring this shit out. Yeah, okay, so is gonna have to be tiny bit of finagling to be done here. How far am I in terms of height here? Four meters or so? Three meters. Okay. If I do that, yeah, from this point of view, it looks horrendous. But then again, as I said before, this base is also probably going to get rebuilt to be lined up with this grid here at some point. Just not ready to do it yet. So, for now, let's plug that on there. And that's my railway linked up. That one goes all the way to steel base. Okay. Well, there's going to be one of those plugged into there. Although the one, the steel base and the one, the main base are going to be the same now. After the next update, when I finally get Hypertube junctions, I'm not going to need that anymore. I can just hop onto this one and choose the right junction. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Okay. That getting plugged onto there. Oh, hold on. Is that one? That's the one that goes from the aluminum base all the way to main base. So that's going to plug onto that. I am not... I don't remember if it's the top one or the bottom one that I've plugged onto the main base here. I don't remember, so I'm gonna have to test it. Probably should have color-coded them. It would have been a lot easier, but... Okay, so let's just... No, not you. You. That. Here. Let's write in this and see where it goes. Color coded, of course. What are we, animals? Yeah, I mean, nah, not animals, just lazy. Speaking of animals, I've encountered some weird shit down there. Right down there in that pond. Because there's a little animal in this game called the lizard doggo, who is, you know, you can actually tame it and make it your pet. I don't know how, but I know it's doable. Okay, so that goes to main base. And I found, like, I encountered in that pond down there a lizard doggo that was like twice my size when it's supposed to be half my size. Like, I think Satisfactory's having a bit of a day. He was huge. And there was also like the usual hogs, boar type enemies. There were some that had like flamey tentacles. Like, there's some seriously mutated shit down there. Okay. So that goes to main base. That goes to the aluminum base. So technically, now that I know this, I know that this and this, that should connect to there. And once the next update comes out, I'll have a junction so that I can path out to here and back out. Well, no, the aluminum based one is here. It goes there. I've already got a separate line. I don't need that. But I could. So the steel base thing, yeah, that I've built, I should not have destroyed that. Wall. Entrance. Tube. Tube goes up there. Oh, that's a little weird. Still looks weird. There we go, that's better. Okay. It was down there near that 'Cause there's like a nitrogen pond. That one. And like down here, I met up with some weird freaking enemies. There's look at him. That's a lizard doggo. That's a giant lizard doggo. Look at him. I could pet him. I've pet him. There you go. I still don't know how to tame him though. But look at him. He's freaking huge. I should probably look up how to tame him. But yeah, and there were some freaking hogs fighting spiders over there, and they were also gigantic and weird and mutated and unusual. So I think Satisfactory had an update not long ago that either redesigned those enemies or added more variations of those enemies. But the giant lizard doggo is definitely something. Eat pale berries. I think I have some in... I got some in storage here, so... Put some of those in my hand and see if I could give it to him. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Do you want that? No, I ate it. Can I... How do I... Yeah, I'll drop some in front of him. No, don't run away from me, boy. Come on. Popper. Just, no, get, there. Then split the stack again. And then drop that. On the ground. Come here. Here. Woohoo! Oh, look at him. He's doggo with long name right now. I got a big baby. I'll name him Apollo because his butt is just about as big as Apollo's. Look at him! You're freaking huge! And he could carry things for me too. He's got one inventory slot. And I'm guessing I could probably... Here, I'll leave the pale berries with you. Are you gonna follow me around now? Oh no, he's too busy. Yeah, no, I gave him the pale berries now. He's just stuffing his face. But he's technically tamed. He'll follow me at some point. I don't know how he's gonna get up here though, but I'm probably gonna have to run him over to a spot where I can get him up onto the platforms. Might have to run him all the way back to main base. I'm not gonna run over the baby. By running him over, I meant like run with him back to main base so that he knows where to go. Yeah, now he's down there. He doesn't know where to go to get to me. Because he can't pathfind all the way to me right now. There's no way. Oh no, that looks terrible. Alright, yeah, that's not too bad. That's not clipping too hard. And then... There we go. That looks about right. Ooh. Probably shouldn't yeet myself off of this. That waterfall. Oh, okay. So that waterfall goes down to my other coal power base. It's all connected. Okay. Yeah, so now the pupper is over here. Oh, there's another one of those. There's a friggin'... Look at my reticle. There's a floating dismantling crate right there. That's gonna be very annoying. Okay, but hey, I can't do anything about it right now. Alright. Let's see if I can do anything here. Pupper. You here? I know you're here. There you are. Oh, you're stuck in a tree, aren't you? There you are. Good boy. Okay. So, you gotta follow me. Wonder if he follows me when I'm holding the pale berries. You coming? Or you just stuck? He respawned somewhere. He teleported somewhere. Because he was stuck in a tree. Because he's huge! I don't know where he's gone now. Because the game decided to teleport him somewhere. Plus, I gotta be pretty damn careful around here, because I know there's giant spiders. I saw them fight the hogs before. And there's a whole lot of poisonous plants as well. Okay, fun. That is going very underground. Wonder if that's in... Is that an underground road that goes back to main base? Oh, you're... Okay. Oh. Oh, you're the really nasty ones. Okay, nope, running away. I'm not gonna mess with that. I'm out of here. And there's my sulfur mine. There's main base. Okay. So I could have had a ground route from here to there instead of going way above. I still prefer the way above route, but wait. You're usually freaking huge. And now you're tiny. I think the game is glitching. Oh, there's the puppy. There he is. Puppy. I have to make him a pen out of walls and concrete floor. I mean, I could do that. Actually, I know what is going to happen. So, I know what I'm going to do. So, over here, because we're back at main base now. This is main base. So, up here, that's the main floor right there. That's where my main storage is. And a lot of my stuff, a lot of my important stuff is going to be built right here on this floor. That's where the new base is going to get started, is from here. So, inside here, because one thing I intend to have is an elevator that goes up to the train stations up there. As soon as 1.1 releases, I'll build that elevator right here. This is the spot. And so the puppy's pen is probably going to be like here. Because all of this floor that I'm walking on right now, plus the storage facility that's over here, that's all going to be one big building. I'm going to build one big old building with that. So the puppy's pen is really going to be this. It's going to be this building. It's going to be the main storage building. So I'm not going to build it yet. But I am going to plan for it when I build a main base back. Yeah, right now getting up there is a bit of a pain in the ass though. Okay. These conveyor belts being empty does tell me something though. It means these old train stations are now empty. Yeah, they're now completely empty, which means I could demolish them. Although over here, I'm gonna throw some of the stuff that I don't want. Got a lot of stuff on me that I don't particularly need. Wires and cables and quick wires and concrete and yeah, all of that is getting thrown. The computers also, yeah, that can go. Fabric. There we go. So all of that is getting thrown into the storage bay down there. Oh, there's just a floating hypertube here. There we go. It's gone. Okay. That was the old railway. That was part of the old railway. That is now gone. I've destroyed that one already. Alright. And I am guessing that this station here is now sorted out the way I wanted it to be. Yeah, these conveyors are now empty. So let's just review to be sure. So, yeah, that's empty. Empty. That's fabric. Fabric. Rubber. Rubber. There we go. That should be plastic. And plastic. There we go. And that should be empty. Yes. Which means this train can now run. This line is fully functional now. That is great. Okay. And now up here, I could just climb that up for now. And then ride this tube over here. Because now I think the aluminum base train is also going to be ready, but there's going to be some adjustments that are going to need to be made before I could start running that train. Because I've made it a lot bigger. I've basically double its length. And because of that, the little runoffs that I have, the bypasses, so that the trains don't run into each other, are gonna have to be quite a bit longer. Yeah. So like that one over here, that here, that's gonna have to be a lot longer. That runoff that I've got there. Same for the one that's uphill here. Man, those uphill tubes are slow. So yeah, that one here is also going to get longer. It's also going to have to get longer. So there's that. So for now, the one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the purple train that's currently running back to main base. Well, right now it's not. But I have to put the main base back on its timetable. Just to test it, so that I can see if just so I could see if my signals are right. I think they are, but... And that train here is going to completely disappear. That station is gone. It's this train that's going to get a whole lot bigger. Okay, timetable. Quartz Mine, Aluminum Central. Aluminum Import, Aluminum Central. I think that's it. Okay, so it's gonna have to make another back and forth at the quartz mine, which is right there. It's not far off, but I might keep the green train just for this little run. And stop having the purple train go there. That could be an option. Because if this station gains in importance, it might have to become a lot bigger. Because I see, like, geysers over there. I haven't seen any uranium deposits anywhere yet. Like, none that I could stick a mining machine on. But once I find one, whatever station is closest to it is bound to get a lot bigger. So I might not destroy the green train just yet. Because if it has to come this way for uranium or uranium power of any way, but yeah, this guy is bound to get like an extra 4 freight cars. Okay, let it dock. And I'm going to destroy this. Why can't I? Because it's auto driving right now, isn't it? No, like that. That, off. 1, 2, 3. I wouldn't need a fourth one. Okay, so let's not do that just yet then. Next stop is unreachable. Okay. Why? So yeah, this here is going to have to get longer, because that train barely fits on this runoff. You just go straight here. That. It would usually take the runoff as well, but that's fine. Ah, yes, that would explain it. I haven't connected all of the rails. What the hell is that? No. Connect. There you go. That should now connect all the way to the station. So let's try it again. Coffee. There you go. Is it gonna go now? No, turn it off. No, 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 no. Why is it going to... Wait, hold on. That way. Off, 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 off. This is... Why are you going the other way? Okay, so save changes here. Turn on. Put docks here. Well, right now it doesn't, because there's nothing. Because I haven't set those stations to unload. But so the trains that could collide here are going to be the white train that is going to come from that side of that other junction, and the one I'm riding on right now. These are the two. And I've made both of them bigger. Actually, no, only one. The white train is still only four cars long. This one is going to become 6. Maybe even 8. I think I might have made it 8. I'm also very likely going to want to, that's the words, have a line that goes straight from yeah, right now I'm losing a whole lot of time here because it goes to here, to there, back to here, back to main base. And then what if I just gave it like a proper turn? So I'd have to move the signals a bit. So if I have like the block signal here-ish, maybe even a little further. There. And a pass signal here. No, not the barrier. And then run a railway like that. Now I don't have to make the forced stop. I could just go this to there, straight to main base. Because I know my signals work now. At least they should. Alright, so I'm just going to follow the rail here, catch the train on the way back, edit the timetable to remove the second Aluminum Central stop. I did just get distracted by trains again, didn't I? It always happens in this freaking game. Okay, so it goes Quartz to to Aluminum Central to main base. Okay. And if I want to add extra freight cars, that's not doing anything. So I'm guessing all of the aluminum stuff is currently full in the storage. Yeah, so now it can turn. That's a through, like, that's a true like, three-way junction. That's a true T-junction here. I should probably blueprint a T-junction now that I'm thinking about it. I don't know if I can. I don't think I got enough room to be able to do it. Yeah, this runoff here is going to have to get a lot bigger. Going to be a big old detour. Might build something in the middle just for decoration. And then again, I don't... Am I going to rebuild that base? At the very least, temporarily, the runoff is going to have to get bigger. At the most, I'm rebuilding the whole base, and then the runoff is still going to get bigger. So that goes down to here. Bouncy truck. He's still there. So yeah. Docking happens here, so but the 4 freight cars that I want to add are going to be at the other end of the train. Right now I'm not unloading here at all, but and I'm not even sure I'm going to have 8 freight stations here because I might not want to unload everything. Some of these stations might turn out to be empty. But I've got like coal coming in and silica and yeah, a whole lot of stuff. So now this is the test. Now it should be going straight to the quartz mine. So it's going to take a bit of a roundabout way, but it should get there. So now you should take a left turn here. There you go. That's what I was hoping for. Okay. Yes, I'm happy about this. This is working as intended. Or as well intended for me as it can be. And now this tube here should get me straight to main base. Because I'm pretty sure I've connected that properly. But yeah, theoretically, I could replace all of this with a single hypertube once the update comes out. And have Just junctions coming out at each different stop. Yeah, there we go. All the way back to Maine. So we now have 2 functional railways out of 3. Only one that's left to be done is the steel base one, which I'm already kind of more than halfway there already. Is this one here. It's already built. Well, it's not already built, but it's already partly built. That one is running now. Yeah, these 3 here. So what's going to happen next stream is these I'm gonna basically connect to send down all the way into the storage facility down there. I'll probably merge them together, well, all of them, literally all of the stations here. The way I'm gonna have them, I'm gonna have smart splitters in front of them with the main output going to the base and the overflow going to the storage. So that way everything that comes to here that is not used by the main base is sent straight into the storage and sorted out. I'm quite happy with what we've done today. This has been very, very productive. Especially now that I know that these 2 train lines can be destroyed safely without any resource loss. And then over here, past the Christmas factory and the bouncy truck, there's these. That one has not been used at all, ever. So that one I know full well I could just instantly just get rid of it. Just gone. That one is probably still full of stuff. So I am very likely going to want to throw that into the words. Come on. I am gonna want to throw that into the storage array back there. And if I do remember it right, that goes all the way down to the storage array, or pretty close to it. Yep, that's a green line. Goes all the way to storage array. So now that train station is in the process of getting emptied. This is getting thrown all the way here. Sorted in there. And then a whole lot of it is going to get thrown into... a whole lot of it is going to get thrown into... straight in the sink, but... that's fine. I think I also might be at the point where I can buy literally everything else that's left in the shop. Except for parts, that is. I'll probably buy a few health packs. I haven't been able to really manufacture any of those. So, metal plate set, frame pillar, structural, construction fences. Done up on walls, done up on foundations. Coated concrete, there we go. Transportation patterns, steel wall, this and this. What do I have in my cart right now? 37. I got 36 on me. And then after that, I think I got everything. So I'm literally just one ticket away from being able to buy everything that's left. Ooh, except for these. The trophies and things. The adequate pioneering and the statues and things. That's gonna be... we're gonna put these in the main hall. Well, not the main hall, but the main building where I'm standing right now. There's even a lizard doggo statue. I want one of those. Okay, so if I remove the health pack, I could still buy everything. Boom. So, I got everything.
Fixit does not guarantee improvement of workplace readability, efficiency, or safety with use of these patterns, since the process of deployment is dependent on pioneer skill.
Basically, we can't guarantee that your base is going to be easier to navigate with these signals. Because you're a doof and you're not going to use those signals properly. Yep, that sounds about right. But on that absolute bombshell of a moment, I think it's going to be time for me to end the stream. I'm going to be headed over to AAA's stream. So we're going to be raiding into her. And I'm going to be playing Rivals with her and the Lurkers. For a little bit, at least a couple games. Before going to bed. I was hoping to be able to ride that train. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go for the upper... I'm going to go for the upstairs train. Because that's the latest build. And the most complex one. So, let's go up here. Go. At some point, that train is going to show back up. Ah, it's on its way out. No, it's on its way in. So I'm going to get into the train, drop a save, and then we're going to raid out. Hey, you know what? I could do it now. So thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out today. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Make sure to say hi to Trips for me. I'm going to be joining in because I'm going to be playing Rivals with them. Stay hydrated. Take care. I'll see you soon.